Hello. I think this is live. Second day using Restream. Been going pretty well so far. Let me make sure everything is set up correctly. Okay, yep, this works. That's nice. And then we will check YouTube as well. And we're live. 10:54. So this should be live. It says streaming. Cool, it works. So we're going to be doing a couple of things today. First thing is I was meant to have a call with the wandb guys like last week, early last week, so that they could look at Carbs and maybe integrating it natively, which would be god tier for reinforcement learning for sure, but also for like LLM people and stuff. Would be an awesome feature. So thanks to Imbue AI for open sourcing that. And I've been using it quite a bit. Hold on, let's get ourselves some graphs up to look at, because I did run some sweeps. I guess these aren't going to be the best demo of Carbs capabilities because Snake is a pretty consistent environment. But yeah, right here. So we have this 108 environment sweep. Filtered out the best runs, but just to show you, if we look at all the runs, we have a ton of different environments. In Carbs, you can see it goes up over time. Found us some nice settings for this environment. And then what I did is I took the settings, I ran it for 10 billion steps, and I released that model. Speaking of which, I should probably tweet that model, but I've kind of got enough stuff already floating around on Twitter today. These graphs don't work here because it's not a native integration. It's kind of a hack to make this work. So I have to actually overwrite these parameters. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a look at my integration. I'm going to come up with some thoughts. I'm going to talk through them just for myself here and for anybody interested. And then I'm going to just write up a real quick summary. I'll also link them this stream, but I'm going to write up a real quick summary for the wandb guys since we had some scheduling issues. Hello, Fruit Punch Samurai on YouTube. Cool to see that the chat's working. Thanks for that. I wasn't quite sure it was. Anyways, though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this setup here. I'm going to look at the code a little bit, and then I'm going to put all that together for the wandb guys. That should only take me, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. And then after that, I'm going to start looking at continuous control, because that whole ecosystem is exceptionally cursed. And I haven't really prioritized it for Puffer yet, but it's a really big missing feature, and it's probably not even that hard to add. So we're going to see if we can get a continuous control environment working with Puffer. And if we can, I'll decide whether I want to add like bindings for more existing M's, or if I want to just like start making some cool control M's. We'll see where we go from there. But I definitely want to get Puffer working with continuous control, and then see if any of the cool tech I've come up with lately would also be as useful in continuous control as it is in the rest of reinforcement learning. So let's start. Ooh, we're in the wrong container here. Let's get out of this. Tempted to remove this thing. Did post the rage bait, whatever, cringe article on Jax being a piece of shit this morning on Twitter. We'll see how people respond to that. But I did not have a good time with Jax. Let's see. I would really need a chat overlay so that people, because I have this streaming to X and YouTube simultaneously. But from YouTube, I reached out to you via commenting under your YouTube vid last month. Also part of the Neural MMO Discord. Which comment was this? Let me go take a quick look. Oops, neural MMO. Is my defense not indexed here? Yeah, here it is. It's the same, I guess it would be the same username. Do I see... Did I miss a communication here? Not seeing... Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah. So the way that I generally handle this stuff, because I get a lot of requests for like general mentorship, I'm not going to like one-on-one tutor somebody, but what I will do is I will help you out along the same way that I learn stuff myself, which is you work on projects, either your own or, existing open source stuff with Puffer or with any of these other things. And, if you do work and you actually make progress on stuff, then yeah, of course, I'd be happy to give you a bunch of free pointers. Literally the best way to, get some input and get some advice in the right direction is to just start doing cool stuff, though. Of the people that message me like this, 90% will like post something like this. I'll tell them like, here, try doing this, and then I'll never hear from them again. So literally all you have to do is like start working on some stuff. There are a bunch of people on Twitter doing like relatively simple RL plus game type stuff. You can look at the snake env code that I posted on Pufferlib lately. You can try some stuff with that. And then yeah, keep me posted on how that's going and if you need any pointers in the right direction. That's what I'd tell you with that. I started working on AI stuff when I was 16, when there were far fewer resources and way worse tools for doing stuff like this. And it was mostly just what I just said, working on stuff yourself and learning that way with maybe like 10% formal material, which these days is all free online. Okay. Let's go check. Let's go check Carbs. But this is the wrong Docker. Yeah, PokeRL is an awesome project to contribute to. Bet and Linky, two of our top contributors there, came in with next to no programming experience and no reinforcement learning or AI experience. And they're doing an amazing job. And they've just worked really hard at it, right? They just spent a lot of time learning. Like, the thing you have to realize is that when you're new, stuff is just going to take you 10 times longer than it would take anybody who knows what they're doing. And there's not really anything I can do to make it not take 10 times as long. Like, some of the lessons you just have to learn for yourself and put in the time and the effort. But hey, they're doing amazing now. And Linky's even started messing with, like, network architectures and stuff, which is awesome amount of progress. I do provide hardware and stuff, by the way, for a couple projects like PokerRL, but I provide the hardware to like people who are consistently doing stuff on the projects and are like actually showing consistent contribution. That's how you get added to that list. And that's not like me being, that's just like me having limited resources. I'm like a single individual with a very small cluster. All right, let's see. I'm going to start on the carbs thing, and I'm going to kind of do this segment as a little bit of a bit. I'm going to try to talk through this in one take and not look at the chat for a few minutes, just because what I want to do is I want to put together this doc on carbs, and I want to also link the wandb team this section of the video so they can just sort of see me talking through stuff with carbs and how this could be integrated. So I have here. Why is this not... What in the heck? Oh, root cache. Hold on, let me fix this first. Root cache Vim. Fix my Vim real quick. I don't know why it broke, but I definitely would like to have Super Maven for today. Oh geez, is this the system that's like really hard to copy stuff from? Hold on. No, it works. Log in. Okay, so this now works. So, whatever this timestamp is, this will be where this starts. So Imbue released Carbs. Carbs is this awesome hyperparameter tuning algorithm that is, as far as I understand, a substantial improvement on Bayesian optimization that introduces the concept of cost awareness, in which it takes into account the wall clock runtime or any other cost, but usually wall clock time, that is taken for the experiment to reach a certain performance threshold, and it explores a Pareto front of optimal solutions. So it'll explore many different pathways of potentially optimal hyperparameters. And it has a bunch of additional nifty tricks as well that just generally make it very stable. And importantly, it can also scale to longer and longer runs. So as you're optimizing, it can run short runs while it doesn't know what's going on, and it can run much longer experiments over time. And if you look at the Imbue blog post, they have some very cool posts on how they use this to scale up relatively large language models, and how they are able to find optimal hyperparameters by doing longer and longer runs over time entirely automatically. So what I did is right after it released, I tried to just hack some way of getting it to work with wandb. If we look at the carbs config here, I'm going to use Snake as an example. Using Snake as an example here. So you see I have a config section just in YAML, very standard. And then I have this sweep configuration. This is just a wandb sweep in the syntax required by wandb. It's a little... I'm going to give you a couple additional things along the way that are just pain points with wandb sweeps in addition to the carbs integration, so that there are a couple different ways that this is helpful. But this is the standard sweeps config. The first thing that's a little weird is that you have to nest this parameters thing. You can't just do like parameters, env vision. You have this like extra layer every time, so that's kind of awkward. But that aside, we go into the carbs sweeps. So this is my definition for how I'm using carbs with wandb. Let me give you a quick comparison if I scroll down here, because I have a similar code that is just for wandb sweeps. So this is the code for wandb sweeps. We initialize wandb. This args.sweep here gives you the thing on the left side of the screen. I'm going to have to make sure that I don't cover this code window with my camera. Let's do this. We initialize wandb here inside of the function. I put this try except so that we get a trace back and then it doesn't hard fail. print out the config, and then here, this is where I update the training configuration of the experiment with wandb's config. So train takes args, args gets updated with wandb config train, fairly simple. And then we run the sweep here. Second general pain point for wandb sweeps is this being its own routine. It's very odd that I have to register main as a callback like this, right? That this has to run in a sub-process. This will eat a lot of your debugging information, and generally will add startup time and make it a lot harder to do stuff inside of sweeps. So generally, I will have to run stuff either with just wandb or even without wandb to debug code, and then only enable sweeps when I'm sure everything is set. Otherwise, I just get a bunch of error spam. The thing that would be very nice here would be the ability to, say, instead of writing this main function and passing it to wandb, right? What if I could just do this? Right? And I could just run the experiment like this. Init works here, or maybe, I have to pass reinit, maybe I have to pass the sweep ID, whatever, but then this could all run on the same process. And what would be even nicer with this is, let's say I did want to do multiprocessing, I could write my own multiprocessed loop here and then do experiments in parallel way, way easier without having, some opaque API that takes a callback and is going to manage processes itself. But I think for most users, just having this sort of a thing would be nice in general. But this works fairly well overall with those two minor quibbles aside. Now, for Carbs integration, you can see all that commented code, by the way, is for this. Carbs, the Carbs integration code right there is, I see the comment. Let me finish this bit for the team. This was all debug code right here because I couldn't get it working properly, specifically because it was very hard to debug through multiprocessed code. So this is the Carbs configuration here. This is the this method of sweeps here. Now a lot of this code is copied from Carbs, from their example code, all these imports, for instance. But you can see that right here, I'm grabbing all of the different configuration parameters that I need from this config on the left here. I'm importing all the carb stuff, and I have this function called carbs param. And what this attempts to do is to convert between the wandb syntax on the left, which requires distribution, min and max, or values, whatever it's going to be, and the carb syntax, which is slightly different and provides a few additional options. So you can see they have log space, they have linear space, they also have logit space. This is a very important one for params between 0 and 1. And then I return this as a carbs param. It gets a min, a max, an important parameter, which is integer, whether to give you an integer or not, and also a rounding factor, which is very convenient. Say that you want your batch size to be a multiple of 32 or something like that. I would additionally like an exponential rounding factor if possible, so that you could round to be a power of 2, but I can also do that manually if needed. And then you get a search center here. This tells you where to start the search from, very important. So you can kind of seed it with something that's generally in the right place, and then it will search out from there as is useful based on the results of sweeps. So here's the param space that has all the different keys in here. You can see I'm specifying search centers manually because you're not allowed to do that on the left in the wandb config, as well as is integer and other such properties. I make my carbs params. I say that up is better, positive is better. I do the wandb logging myself, so I don't use theirs, and because they're not configured for sweeps. And then this is to do with whether you want to run the same thing multiple times. All their code is open source and fairly succinct. Here's the main function that's going to be in the callback. I grab the experiment name and initialize wandb. I call carbs.suggest in order to get the suggested hyperparams from carbs. I make a copy of it for later. And then what I'm doing here is I am overwriting wandb's configuration with the carbs suggested one. Now, this does not actually show up correctly in the UI. as far as I can tell, like this does not actually reflect the changes that I've made here, so this graph doesn't become particularly useful. But you still get everything in the sweeps UI, and you still get this, reward over time, which is all correct. So this is where I'm updating all the parameters, and then I call my train function. And then finally, this is my workaround. Since I can't get the actual correct parameters to show up correctly, I put this hypers.text, and I just spit everything out into there. So, this does work. I don't get all the nice charts that I would want in wandb sweeps, but the idea would be that if we had a native integration, we would be able to have either conversion internally to carb spaces or just change the carbs code to accept wandb spaces. Again, it's pretty short. Add in things like the rounding factor is integer, the different parameters that carbs can take, as well as the search center parameter that's very important. And then you could just specify method equals carbs right here, and it would do a carb sweep for you. And you'd have to specify a few additional things, right? Like you'd have an additional metric or parameter or whatever that is going to be the cost. Cost is very important, because if we do update, where is it? Let me find the update thing here. Yes, right here. So you need to be able to get a parameter back from your experiment. It's almost always going to just be wall clock time, and that's going to be your cost. And then the actual metric that you're maximizing, which is the same as the one that is here, maximize environment reward. Potentially, now I did speak with the developers of this, and potentially we would want to take, like, say, a window average over a certain number of steps and say what was the best reward obtained ever during the course of the run, since RL can be rather unstable. Probably not as useful in language modeling, though runs can be unstable there as well. But this should hook in already quite nicely. So those are pretty much all my thoughts on carbs. I'm going to draft that document now, and since I'm ending this little bit for this comment here, what exactly is the use case of carb sweeps? So carbs is a different hyperparameter tuning algorithm, and this is my integration with wandb sweeps for the carbs hyperparameter tuning algorithm as compared to the native Bayes one here. So let's just go, before I forget all that stuff that I just said, let's just make a Google Doc. And let me, real quick, put some of these thoughts down. wandb sweeps feedback plus carbs integration. So here we do let's go find the YouTube link, actually, so I can get them a timestamp. Oh, I'm going to have to, like, listen to this, aren't I? Okay, I'll figure out the timestamp afterwards. Unable to understand. Is my audio bad, or am I saying complicated things? What do you mean by that? Ah, yes. So carbs is a hyperparameter tuning method that we're using for reinforcement learning. It is a huge upgrade to RL. What I'm doing right now is I have a basic integration of carbs hyperparameter sweeps with pufferlib that we can use to run like 100 experiments with different hyperparams. That's way better than anything else. It's a little bit jank because it's not natively supported by wandb. So I'm taking just a couple minutes now to write up some comments for the wandb team. They've asked me to do so on how they could generally integrate this natively, which would be a huge improvement to reinforcement learning. And as soon as I finish that, I'm going to look at pufferlib, and I'm going to see if we can make continuous control environments work with puffer. That's been a very requested feature, and something I haven't played with too much, but I think shouldn't be too hard to get working. So let me, real quick, this is a pretty useful piece of software for RL right now. So General improvements. You have to nest parameters inside of configs. It's clunky. Okay. Let's give them this. As an example. And then the second thing here, whoops. Second thing is, there's one other thing. Yeah. The sweeps API only accepts a callback to your experiment main function. This means that wandb manages multi-processing and eats error messages. It's able to write this. This has cost me several hours of debugging. It would be nice to be able to write this, to write our own loop. Net ATC thread. Let's give them this example since we had that right here. Sweep. Oops. Oops. Okay. Just get them this clean right here. And if I... Well, I don't really need to annotate it, do I? I think I can just post it. Okay, these are our general feedback. These are like the two things that have just annoyed me to no end with wandb sweeps. Everything else is pretty good. And now we do carbs. Integration. View. Hyperparameter tuning. RL looking for autonomous vehicle. With RL, can this be on RL for, it depends what you mean by RL for autonomous vehicle. If you're looking for like online reinforcement learning end to end for self-driving cars, that does not exist. It's mostly like imitation learning, maybe offline learning. This, I know Eugene he's on Twitter. Where's his Twitter? Doesn't have his Twitter on here. Oh, here it is. Follow this guy on Twitter. He does multi-agent, self-driving, Nocturne multi-agent simulator. I recently added a binding for Nocturne to Pufferlib, so yeah, that's something that we're looking at. He posts a lot of good stuff in this space, but generally, I would look at like the Pufferlib. Well, the thing is, you're not like, there's no way to just do RL on AV, right? You need like some sort of simulator to have that work. If you want to do like research on that, then you could either use an existing big and clunky simulator, or you could look at writing a simulator, which Pufferlib helps with a lot. We have really good fast simulation techniques. and doing something there. That's actually something I've been considering doing as well. If you are sticking around and looking for that type of a thing, because like AV is one of those applications that gets people a lot, gets people very interested. Where'd my Google Doc go? Here we go. See a fruit punch. Yeah, small scale's good. Try some stuff with Puffer. Puffer's pretty fast. You can get really far. Like, try my snake environment out. It's pretty nice. You can run like 100,000 steps per second local easily, like on CPU even. So yeah, go try out the multi-snake environment. Stick around and chat. That's generally how you make progress. Into wandb. Your wall clock of experiments edition 2. With SB. Puffer is, you can technically use Puffer instead of state table baselines, but really Puffer is not an algorithms repository. Our main script that we use for everything uses CleanRL. It's a souped up version of CleanRL with extra logging and stuff. Stable baselines is really high level and abstracted, and it's hard to get your hands dirty with it. Pufferlib lets you get your hands dirty with everything, but in the process of doing that, we make everything really, really simple. So, like, instead of 10,000 lines of highly abstracted stuff that you hope you never have to touch, it's 1,000 lines of as simple as possible stuff that you're expected to touch when you need to. That's the philosophy difference. Sweet. In. Let's get the repo. Puffer. Yeah, hit me up. There's a Puffer Discord as well. Discord.gg/Puffer. I gotta get a chat plugin so that these messages show up on my screen here. And make sure to feed the Puffer a star. Let's see. He likes stars. Can you please share any link for it where I can start from? What is it? Like, if you're a beginner in AV, that's a really hard place to start. Like, that's a really, really hard place to start. Hold on. Hey, thank you. I would suggest just, like, if you're new to RL, start with some fast environments, play around with some stuff. This snake env I made is a really nice place to start because it's a really simple and really high performance environment. And like, if you wanted to have fast AV sim, yeah. So RL in general, I have some resources in the Pufferlib Discord. Pufferlib is a pretty darn good place to start here, or CleanRL, and we just have a lot of environments that you can play around with. Like this is docs. We've got docs here, Puffer AI, GitHub IO. We've got some tutorials on there. There's some stuff in the Discord. This is not aimed at beginners, but it is aimed to be as simple as possible, which ends up making it really nice for beginners. We've got all these different environments. They're not all fully supported. There's a list of them on the website, but like you could very easily play around with the snake environment that I have here, and very quickly get some cool results. Yeah, they're docs. I mean, look. Here, I have, this might not be fully set up yet. Let's see if this works. I might have to download Raylib. Cannot use, okay, I have to add, hold on, let me add my wandb. I gotta grab my wandb API key. Might have to. Let me actually fix one thing right now. I've been meaning to fix this, and I'll get you the snake demo. Since you're both asking, let me just give you, and here, this is a good chance for me to fix a bug anyways. This is just like a thing that I forgot to commit to the dev branch. Net fix render mode in dev. Dot name. Let me grab one thing. Get. There's just a little quick bit of setup. Hold on, because this is a new container of mine. Grab that, and let me get my creds from over here. Okay. So there's this demo file here. I might have to install Raylib for this one. A brand new environment. I wrote this whole snake environment in 1 week. And yeah, so Raylib. So here, you get like an import error, pip install Raylib, and it'll work. Technically, there are 2 different demos I could do. This one will be cool for you guys, I think. Oops. So msnake mode eval -- baseline. This downloads baseline, and cool. Now it is playing snake. This is a 10 billion step pre-trained model. Currently, the AI is playing this. I'm not controlling it. Though if I want to mess with it and control it, I can. Now I'm playing the snake. I'm not as good at it as the AI is, though. The AI is kind of superhuman. And now I can let the AI take over. This is a giant snake environment, as it turns out. This has 4096 snakes in it. I can show you the high level of that. Render mode human. No. RGB array. And look, if I have an error, I get all these help commands in here, so I can see I just mistyped it. It should be a dash. Tries to help you out a bunch. Yeah, Roman, the snakes are nice. I really need to get a chat plugin because now I'm talking. Roman is on X, and I've got 2 people on YouTube, so it'll be a little awkward for today. I'll get a chat plugin when I get a chance. This is the cool thing. This is the cool thing about the compute requirement. I just got a question on that. I trained this in 3 hours on one GPU and 2 cores. I have a 4090, so it's a pretty good GPU, but still, like any reasonable GPU, it'll still be less than a day for 10 billion steps. And you can train it for 1 bill and get something that's almost as good. So, is this not going to render? Hold on. Here, I'll show the one other cool demo, since we got a couple new folks in here. We're just going to do like this. And then we'll see the whole thing. Boom. This is the scale that it trains at. 4096 snakes in 1440p. Yeah, if you're serious about doing like any sort of AI, you do kind of need a discrete GPU of some sort. But that said, the snake environment will still train at like 100,000 steps per second on one half-decent CPU core. So it's like literally 10 times faster than most things run on GPU, actually 20 times faster on one core. That's how fast all this stuff is with Puffer. So this is the environment. You can actually zoom in on this, I think. Yeah, you can zoom in on this and see what the snakes are doing. So yeah, cool environment, right? This whole thing is 450 lines of code, including 3 renderers, 200 some odd lines of Python, runs 14 million steps per second single core, and trains at 1 million steps per second on one GPU. Ultra high performance reinforcement learning, like 100 times faster than most things out there. Wrote it in 5 days from scratch. And there's going to be a lot more stuff like this coming. In fact, that's what I was hoping to do as soon as I finish this wandb thing, is we're going to integrate continuous control today. Let me finish up this wandb thing, just so I don't lose my train of thought too badly, because I went through a few things with that already. Hack together a basic carbs demo. Limitations. General idea was to define carbs outside the wandb experiment process, and since sweeps uses smuggle it into the training, so we can get suggestions, carbs, and override the sampled hyperparams. Basically, an environment with multiple agents training simultaneously. Yes, 4096 agents training simultaneously. All the data goes to the same neural network, though. One neural network independently controls all the agents. So you get all that data accumulated into one neural network. The wandb sampled hyperparams. Limitations. The I gotta get this graph for them. Hold on. Let's do like this. Run. Stringy graph does not show updated from wandb. Automating Google Dyno game. Yeah, I would try not to don't try to get, if you have an environment as simple as the Domino game, just write it from scratch. Like, don't use something super slow. You want the M to run super fast, especially if you don't have resources. Multi-agent RL is not any harder than single agent RL because of Puffer. It's identical with Puffer. Outside of Puffer, very hard. With Puffer, trivial. Let's see. Also, does not show up in wandb. What other things? There were a couple other limitations, right? Does not support all the carbs aces, so I had to hack around that. Some post talk. Actually, I should give them my fixed branch, right? Because I fixed some stuff. Puffer AI, was it Puffer AI carbs? Yeah, right here. Do this. Add missing spaces to wandb. Logit space. Particularly useful. Add missing params like integer factor. The other thing is you need to be able to specify the target. Let me go see what they called this. They called this something. I forget what they called it. Search center. Specify the starting point for the sweep. Each param in the sweep. And is there anything else that they'd have to do? Use carbs to generate code to generate to sample hyperparams for each run. Update the carbs object with the wall clock time metric from the run, usually wall clock time, and the score. this can be the final value. Will probably better to take the max score over averaged over a window. Okay, this is a pretty decent little doc, I think, for wandb, right? We'll make this public. Okay. Cool. That's done. Messages here. Is there anything I can contribute to in the puffer? It's going to be kind of hard since you're new. Now, what you can do is if you're going to like add a new environment, it's not too hard to add a binding for a new environment to puffer. That you could probably manage. Like if you just look at how we have one of these simple environments added, like I don't know which one is easy in here, minigrid. Like if you just look at the code for this, we just add a little binding and a little wrapper, stuff like this. You could probably just add something like this to a fork of puffer, and if you have a cool environment, you can open a PR and I'll just add it. I'll add it to puffer as well. But yeah, RL definitely does take some time. Spend a few days, get comfortable, with Snake, maybe try a couple of the other environments out, and then, maybe start working on either adding your own environment, writing your own and adding your own environment, or like taking another existing game thing and binding it to puffer that you want to play with at a high perf. That's probably a good thing to do. So we're going to move over to the control stuff right after I check on this. Crazy day for Twitter. Lots of good stuff. I did this as an experiment. I kind of just wrote this silly bait article. I mean, the stuff in here it's good information. It's just written in kind of a rage baity way. And we'll see how much exposure this gets. Yeah, this has gone crazy. Okay. Let's start on the control segment. Let's edit the stream title on YouTube. Let's just update the titles. Adding continuous control. That'll update the YouTube one. And there's no echo, right? Yeah. Let's do continuous control. Okay, we're in dev. Let me just fix the AC real quick. Freezing myself here. Continuous control. Let's find a good environment to start with for continuous control. I think does Box2D maybe have one? Oh, actually, this is perfect. This car racing environment. I forgot this was in here. Let's do this one. All right, see you, samurai-sama. We will be back with some stuff later, I'm sure. Yeah, this one's cool. Let's do this. Action space is -1 to 1. Car racing V2. Observation space is... It's RGB. Really? It's probably slow, isn't it? I bet this thing is slow. We'll try it out. We'll try this out. Let's add a binding for box 2D. We're going to discretize it first, see if we can do anything with the environment discretized, and then we're going to see how we can get it to work with continuous control. That's going to be the easiest. I don't have box 2D here at all, do I? Classic control? Box. Okay. Let's use mini grid as a template. /star.py. This is fine. What do we have in torch? That is not fine. We need to get the Atari policy, right? I think I can just do, like, torch. Yeah, this one's good, right? I'll have to make a small change to the size of this thing, but this will be little convnet LSTM for this. Probably a decent starting point. And now we go to box 2D. So default name will be Car Racing V1. Car V1. And we do options. Okay. Domain equals true. And we're going to do... There's no import here. I think we got to do try name equals minimize. And then we'll do accept, raise. Upper lib. Okay. Can you link the snake end, please? Yes. It's in the dev branch, so you will be with the dev branch, which I'm hoping to merge soon. So all my dev is open source. We've got... So Ocean is first-party environments. Puffer Ocean. So this is like stuff that I have made and have added to here. I'm also the neural MMO author. Why does it have me as restream.io? Whatever. That's the link that I just posted. So you can grab that. Hopefully you can see that link. Where, okay, here is, this is so, man, this env is like really gross. The way that they do this. What the heck? Well, I'm hoping that this is just reasonable. I don't know why they do it this way. That's really gross. Now what we're going to do is we're going to write a little wrapper. We're going to make a box2d wrapper. And we don't need this, but we need self.action space gymnasium.spaces of discrete. We'll do 7. Okay. And this actually can be gymnasium.wrapper. So then I don't even need to do any of this super. Yeah, we'll just do like that. And then I don't need to do any of this garbage. Only thing I need to do is convert the action space to, I think I do, float action. Wait, what's the space? Oh wait, there is a discrete version of this. I didn't realize that. There's a discrete version of it. If wait, this doesn't make sense though. If continuous. Huh? Is there more stuff that's not reported in here? Okay. Oh, I actually don't need to. Yeah, that's fine. Where is... How long is this env? Oh man, I could totally rewrite this thing so fast. Yeah, I could rewrite this thing. It would be half as long and it would be way faster, I'm sure. Okay, so right here, they don't document this at all, but they've got continuous as a argument. So let's do continuous false, right? And then, yeah, this is good. Continuous is false. And I think I did the syntax of this slightly wrong as well. Yeah, I misread the API. It's... So you actually don't need... Yeah, this is fine. Don't need this 2D wrapper anymore at all. Not going to need any wrappers. And this should be sufficient. What exactly is use case for the env? How would I play around with it? Yeah, so there's no README in there because the documentation is the documentation for Puffer, not for like this specific environments. There's really nothing to document with Snake. It's Snake. And it's the same standard interface as everything else. So the demo file is documented, and the demo file you can run with --env name. So in this case, Snake. Eval is to run an existing model instead of train from scratch. There's also a train mode, and then there is a well, this would work, but baseline pulls down a baseline model that we've pre-trained for this environment. So that's what I ran earlier. This demo file is a little bit chunky. If you want to, you could do simple demo. You could like add the environment into this one instead. This is like just meant to be a simpler setup file. But yeah, either way, that's what it works off of. The Ocean, by the way, Snake is brand new, so Snake is not on there yet, but Ocean is documented. Right here, it's on the website. pufferai.github.io. Okay, let's add box 2D. Okay. And then we do env name car racing v1, say, and then car racing. Env car racing. Not installed. Install box 2D. That all went over my head. Okay, so there's no RL basics involved with that. That's just API stuff. So, the environment is like it's a class, right? You can just like instantiate the environment and play with it. You can just import it from there and play around with it if you want. The demo file is a loader that can load any of the environments in pufferlib and then run them through cleanpufrl with training or evaluation. Cleanpufrl is the actual file that contains all the RL implementation. So all the actual RL code is in this file. The file's 750 lines. There are only about 300 lines of actual reinforcement learning code. The rest is logging and performance monitoring. So it's all in there. So, I mean, if you can get the Snake environment running just using that same command that I used, you can start playing around with it from there. That would be where you would start. And keep asking me until you get it working. I'm always trying to figure out how to fix the new user experience up with this. So if you have anything that's like specifically confusing, let me know like what you'd want, like what information is it that you would want to see better presented. Yeah, so like keep in mind, I'm a researcher. I'm not a UX person, right? My thing is I write simple code, not like I'm really good at documenting simple code. I'm not particularly good at that. So if there's specific things that you're like, hey, I would really like to know this, let me know and I can just add stuff. Often in real time, that's one of my favorite things to do. It's like, oh, that thing doesn't work here. Let me push you a patch right now. At least in dev branches. I try to avoid breaking the main. So, I got some sort of an error here. A swig, right? What's wrong with swig? Puffer versus Jax, who'd win? I don't even think Jax will show up to the arena. But Puffer is not an implementations library. It's more just infra and stuff and high perf sim. Well, I'll tell you what will win. This snake environment implementation will win. Yeah, go read this code. Go read like any Jax code and tell me what you would rather have to write. Will you post the stream as a recording? My friend, the stream is posted as a recording. It's on YouTube. All the YouTube live streams just go onto the channel. Isn't that how it works? I do absolutely need to get a chat plugin because I have people on X and people on YouTube, and it's confusing since you can't see each other's chat. I was tempted to actually multi-stream to Twitch as well. I might do that. That'd be kind of fun to multi-stream to X, YouTube, and Twitch. What is wrong with Swig? Did they say... Isn't this documented somewhere? Like... Can I do this? So Swig build fails, right? Streams are privatized. What? Can you see my other ones? If you tell me where the setting is, I will make them public. If not, I don't know why they would be marked private. Like, all my dev is pretty much... All the stuff I do is pretty much out in the open. So, totally fine having them be saved. I would like it if they'd all go into, like, a playlist or something to not crowd the main channel, but I can also just, like, make a playlist of main channel vids or whatever. What in the heck? Hey, P-dubs. Thank you for the setting here. It is in... Wait, this is just linked to my streams. Is there a setting I can change here? Yeah, no, Jax and Puffer are not even close to comparable. But for the specific use of RL environments, I think most of the time you'd prefer to write stuff the way that the snake env is written. In the live tab, you can see all streams, also the ones from yesterday. Okay, so perfect. So, yeah, they're all public then. So this is already set up. And I think... I don't know if I have stuff highlighted. I would like to have them, like, nicely highlighted and stuff. Oh, I also have to go fix the monetization on this, because I qualified for that, which was kind of cool. Brings in a few pennies. Let's see. So yeah, that's already set up then. I'm gonna figure out what's wrong with this swig. Same issue. Yeesh. Okay, so here's the bug. Aww. Specific to poetry. What? Yeah. Pip install swig. Jeez, the absolute state. Wait, pip install swig works. So why does this not work? I don't know. I get all the Jack's posts. I assume that this is because of the, I posted this article, right? Where's the rage bait article? Yeah, this rage bait article. Where I basically just shit on Jax for a whole post. And, like, Rust and C++ and all the popular things. Because, genuinely, we don't need any of it. Does it work now? What in the heck? What is wrong with this? Gymnasium of Box 2D. Maybe I want the base error. Well, maybe I want the base error. Oops. I want the base error. Ah. Okay, this was me being dumb. Though this is not documented, which is... Okay, good. So it works. This is an error that I know how to fix. This is just me having not set up the channels yet. I have 4 channels, got 3 channels instead. So frame stack equals 3. And then... we open models. Just put this here, and then we do... we will comment out some stuff. Obs equals... $164, 8 and 8. That is too... is that too big? Yeah, that's way too big. Shoot. Anybody have an architecture for cars racing? Anybody have architecture for this, maybe? I really would prefer to not have a 4096 linear layer in this thing. That's ridiculous. I guess 4098 to 128 wouldn't be terrible. That's still dumb. I'll do it for now just because, but that's really dumb. These are way too big, these networks. We're going to do 128. 128 like this. And... cool, it runs. I'm not seeing it render. which is weird. What's the render mode by default? What's their render mode? Human RGE. State pixels. Do we do RGB array maybe? Ah, cool. Room. Cool. So this is the environment. This is, somebody was asking about car racing before, right? So this is untrained. Let's see how fast it trains. Do I have free compute right now? I don't know if I actually do have free compute. Let's try it locally first. $600K param network, not bad. Ooh, garbage speed. Let's make that better. I'm going to take this this config, and I'm going to use this for the car, except I'm going to change a few small things with it. I'm setting num workers to 8 because I only have 8 cores on this machine. I'll set this to like 16K. Oh, I need vec multiprocessing. Let's see how this does. Spinning my box super loud already, I can hear. Is this env slow? Don't tell me this env is slow. Is this env like really slow? I swear, if I go and look at this thing and it runs less than 1,000 steps per second, like, I'm gonna post more rage bait. Box 2D. It's gonna be box 2D. Profile emulation. What's the default in here? 10, that's fine. Oop. Sea snake. What? Let's see how fast this env runs. We're currently running the car racing env for 10 seconds. Just to see. You've got to be kidding me. How? Oh my. How? Now you get blasted for that. That's just unacceptable. What in the... Racing car.gif? So no meaningful reinforcement learning can be done on this environment. Ridiculous. Anything else? I mean, it's like not even... There's no point in even bothering to use this environment. This is worthless. Like 150 FPS? Get out of here. That's insane. It's just like pure Python and pure Python rendering or something? Oh. Yeah. That's ridiculous. Every time I think RL's hit rock bottom, it's like, nope. Find a new way to dig deeper. I'm kind of stuck now with what to do with that, because I'm not going to use this. I need, like, a continuous control M that runs fast. I hope I don't have to actually make one. I could do multi-agent. Nothing wrong with that, right? Are there any M's that are environments? These are all slow. Mountain car continuous, right? Highway env? Oh. Cool. Highway. That's a discrete action. Is there continuous control in this thing? Ideally non-pixel observations as well. If we have state-based observations, that's likely to be much faster. There should be a continuous version of this, right? This looks very simple. Drive on a multi-lane highway. Okay, I didn't know this existed. Right side of the road. Discrete meta action. Fast version, okay. Wait, is this... When they say FPS is 1, do they mean this thing simulates 1 frame per second? Am I reading this right? I'll wait for replies here. In the meantime, I'm going to look at Mountain Car. Really simple end, right? I just need to test something anyways. I mean, it looks like this space is so poor that I'm just going to have to write a bunch of environments. Nobody's done it, apparently. Mountain Car. Classic control. I know that's fast, at least, right? I haven't touched this code in so long. Oop. Make sure everything is still working here, right? Yeah, it works. Mountain Car continuous. Any arguments? Gymnasium. Okay. Well, I have to add the binding now, right? What the? Classic control. Continuous. And we do package is going to be classic control. Well, actually, no, I don't even need to do this, right? Name. It's going to be Mountain Car continuous. And then let's do car. Like this, right? Does this work? Unknown environment. Well. Uh-oh. I edited the wrong one. Okay, cool. So this is now where we get into the bindings issue, right? So this is this is where we actually need to edit a couple things. So pufferlib expects you to have pufferlib expects you to have a discrete or multi-discrete. So for now, I'm just going to add box. I'm just going to add like box to this thing here. Like this. Yeah, that's good. Okay, and then the standard policy is going to be, the standard policy is also going to need to be updated, right? I think this is good. So we just add this to the encoder. Whoa, that's not what we wanted. I know why this happens. Should fix that up a little bit, but let's do this exit function needs to be here to stop. Okay, could not broadcast input array from shape 8 into shape 8, comma 1. This is kind of weird, isn't it? There's probably like a squeeze or something, right? Try this. Set breakpoint. Oops. Interesting. This should not be an int64. Should definitely not be an int64. It's a NumPy array. But what is the shape of actions, right? Star action shape. What is action shape? what is action shape, right? Should be right here. We want action shape to be okay, so action shape, yeah, this makes sense because it's a box. It's shape 1. So I think that I need to change the model a def maybe. Maybe that would fix it. A little bit confusing. Just a little basic shape error. Maybe this does it. Batch. Let's just do batch.shape. No, batch -1. And this shouldn't be a reshape, this is just a view. Don't need to copy there. Still, we get this broadcast. That's weird. This should be coming out now with the right shape, right? Yeah, there's 8.1 right there, right? So somewhere this is gonna get squeezed. So if I look at policy, do I is discrete sample? Probably here, right? It's logits tensor. Okay, so well, this is going to be the wrong function, I'm sure. I probably should just be using the cleanrl script for this, right? Okay, this is a little bit tricky. Let's go look at the cleanrl script and see how they handle sampling here. I said it would be like 100 lines of code to add this to Puffer, and it's probably going to be a little less than that, but it's not no work. PPO continuous actions. So, they do actor.mean, actor.log standard deviation. That's weird. Is this standard? I'm assuming this is standard if it's in CleanRL. And then how do they do the how do they do this section here? Where's the loss? MB times ratio. Where's the loss function? Oh, this looks the same, doesn't it? Am I wrong here, or is this just identical to the original, the CleanRL code? Is it just you get log probs? I think you just get log probs, right? Policy loss is minus advantages times ratio, clamp coefficient. This is identical code. So I think it's literally just the sampling of... Is there a log ratio? Yeah. So this is literally you just... Okay, I didn't actually know that. I thought that there was a... For some reason, I thought there was like a difference in the optimization algorithm or the loss or something with continuous. But it looks like there isn't. It looks like if I add the sampler, then we're good to go. So that actually makes me much more comfortable doing this. So let's go look at that code. I've actually never bothered with continuous control, like, because you just always discretize and it works. And their M's are slow. And usually too simple as well because they're too slow. Let's now do... We're going to add this to CleanRL. The one thing is we need to have some way of knowing whether the logits are continuous. So I'm going to hack it for now. Where's it? Sample logits. Has adder policy is continuous, and so this is going to be, whoops, this is going to just be a quick hack for now. We're on the dev branch. And then we're going to do that is continuous here. Is continuous is false. Man, so much stuff needs to be fixed in here. Maybe this was what I'll do next on Puffer for 1.1. This whole framework code is really jank. It's continuous. Oops. elif is discrete. So now we do the sample from here, which is going to be ooh, that's kind of jank. Action log prob. Where do I add this? Hold on. Models. This doesn't take action, right? My API doesn't take action, right? Yeah, lookup, concat, it doesn't take action. Just this wrapper does. So what I do is and so if action is none, then we do action is going to be equal to logits.sample. And then where do we get log probs? Log. This is jank. Very jank. I'm tempted to mess with this whole section just to make it reasonable. 147. 2.5 hours. I could probably do it. This is I'm a little hesitant to mess with it too much. This is a very critical section of code. But I really hate these wrappers. Well, I guess for now what we're going to do is we're just going to add this as a pathway, right? Probs equals logits.log prob of action. Entropy logits.entropy dot. Here's value. What does this thing return? Oh, this just returns. So return action log probs entropy. Okay, so this actually might be fine for now. But just do it this way. Let's see what's missing from that. Right, I didn't actually update. I gotta update the network, right? Models. Let's go check on models. Right, so this decoder cannot be this. It's got to be action mean and action log standard deviation. Self dot coder mean is going to be... It's really weird how they have... Oh, this is the whole policy. That's why. Layer init. They don't have standard deviation. Standard deviations are weird here. I'll have to look at those. I think you do standard deviation 001 though, right? Yeah. And then self.decoder log std. This is just a parameter, isn't it? Wait, what? Parameter. Torch.001. Okay. This is weird, but sure. And then lf self dot is continuous. Mean log std. See, this gives you wrong code, so I gotta check it. Decoder mean, decoder log standard deviation, band as mean. Okay, and then we do standard deviation is going to be, this is wrong as well, torch.exp, a log standard deviation, and then we do probs equals torch.distributions normal, mean standard deviation, and you don't do .log prob yet. You do you just return probs, right? Return probs value. I think that's it. Cannot broadcast. Okay, so we still have this broadcast error, but we got farther this time. Let's see, do we get here? Nice. Are these supposed to be, no, wait, it's a normal. So this is not probs. I don't know why it's called that. We'll have to edit that. They're log probs, not probs, right? I'm pretty sure these are log probs. Yeah, because this is log standard deviation. Anyways, though. And then this gets... Oh, and we don't need to... We can get rid of that line that's likely to cause bugs. I added this thing before. Yeah, this is not needed anymore. This is likely to cause bugs. We don't need this. Yes, this is good. And... Oh, I do need to add it, though, to... Right, I do need to add the reshape to probs. That's where it needs to be added. So we're going to add batch Yeah, like this. Normal has no attribute. Okay, so you cannot view a normal. You can't view normal this way. So let's just see what's in clean the framework file here. So batch. Maybe it's this. Normal has no attribute shape. Okay, so something's got to have the shape, right? Yeah, we're gonna just do logits.loc.shape. Still could not broadcast. Oh, because it's not the log probs that need to be viewed. Duh, it's this, right? Yeah, this is correct. Still no. Okay, well, let's check pufferlib. Let's check the forward pass. Train, what is it? Eval forward here. This should be giving us non-flat data, which is correct right here. So this is giving us the correct shape data. Let's just keep going here. Still correct. Still correct. So this does work now. Oh, log probs NP does not work. Okay, that's fine. That's easy. View. I guess this needs to be multiple. Log probs NP still is... Is it the other way around? I think this is supposed to be summed, right? Because torch.stack.t.sum1. Yeah. So you stack, you sum log probs. And perfect. This is now... Yeah, this is perfect. This is where we want to be. Let's go look at... Well, first of all, pufferlib vector... Shouldn't be vector. Maybe. Let's see what the vec action space is. Vec.action space. Whoop. Vec.action space is a box. Oh, but the box is from -1 to 1, and this is out of range. So this is out of range. So I think it's a clip, right? I think there's action clipping. I mean, I'm just going to put it in the model for now, right? Or in the clean RL. Let me just make sure that they actually clip. Because right here, clip action. You see this? So I think I can just add a wrapper. Then I don't have to put it in the model code. That's way better. Though it's a little weird not to, because, like, seems like the model should be penalized for outputting stuff way outside the range. Because otherwise it's just going to keep drifting. But whatever, you know, we'll deal with that later. Classic control, continuous, environment. And we'll do equals gymnasium wrappers, clip action. That's all we need. I think that's all we need. We don't need any of the other clipping. It should be fine. Still do not match. Maybe this is not clipping the... Oh, that's gross. Yeah. So this is clipping the actions when the actions come in, but you're not allowed to pass an action that doesn't fit the action space to gymnasium. So this wrapper is actually useless. And we have to do this in the model or something. Do we want to do it in the model or do we want to do it... Shoot. Dang, I don't know where we want to do that, huh? So the issue here is that, like, Gymnasium expects you to return actions that are within the defined action space, which is -1 to 1. And they have this wrapper that will clip actions for you. But if you're being strict with the API, like pufferlib is to prevent you from bugging stuff, the action should not be sent to the environment at all when they're out of range. So the way to fix this is going to be to make my own version of this wrapper that does not suck. That's what it's going to be. Right? Yes, that's the correct answer. I thought I had more wrappers than this. Don't I have more wrappers than this? Or is it post-process? Oh yeah, it's in post-process. Cool. So let's just add right to the top of this clip actions. And we're going to do, this will be a gymnasium wrapper. And this is going to fill this with probably what's the implementation of the existing thing. But it's actually, this is wrong. So what we need to do is action space equals. So first assert, this only works for boxes. So gymnasium spaces dot box. And then we're going to do high equals to, how do we get the high and the low value from the D type? Min value of numpy. Python min value of D type. I don't know if it's a numpy d type is the thing. numpy.min scalar type. That's better. You don't need to reset it here. I don't know why it added that. You don't need any of this. And you do need to do clip this to self.env.actionspace.low. Cool. This works. I need to go. Okay, I need to take a quick break to go do one thing. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish this up, and hopefully we'll have this environment training rather quickly. Okay, we're back here. Let's finish this. Rid of this. Clip actions. I think this is done, right? Yeah. Post process clip actions. I actually should make this clip action the single agent one, right? And then max scalar type. So there's no max scalar type. That's weird. There's a min one, but not a max one. Min scalar type. NumPy max scalar type or something. Max value of D type. Okay, that's what I thought. That's really weird that there's a separate API. Fo.min.max like this, right? You can do dtype info low equal dtype info. Yeah, there we go. Invalid. F info. Okay. It's gonna be super buggy. Roman, is the screen updated now? Wait, is the stream not working? I flipped it already. If it got stuck, that's weird. Looks like it's working. Yeah, okay. It's just there's a stream delay. It's weird. It shouldn't have been more than a few second delay though, because I flipped the audio back and the screen back at about the same time. That's really weird. Okay, let's see what this gave us. We're gonna get this working today. I do have to go to a 5 p.m. meeting, but hopefully we have this working by then. Validate sample, that's weird. Value is not broadcastable. 32 by 16 is 512. But why would it be 32 by 16 in the first place? Assumedly during training it does this, right? Assumedly during training. Okay, if there's a 30 to 60 second desync, that's really weird. Does it seem like what I'm saying is like 30 to 60 seconds desynced from the video? Or like, you can see my camera, right? Does it look like my what I'm saying is 30 seconds desynced? Or is it just like a weird scene switch thing? Camera's full synced? Okay, if camera's full synced and audio's fully synced, then everything should be good. I think it's just this OBS scene switching thing. Because this is going through Restream.io for X and YouTube. I'm probably going to, since this has been working well, I'm probably going to get the premium on it and do Twitch as well. We'll see. I got to get like a good multi-chat application. I got to get like a good multi-chat that'll just combine all my chats on the stream. That would be nice. I don't know where I would put it. I guess I would have to put it like next to my camera here. Like right there. Can't put it here. Puffer occupies this corner. I get so much amusement out of this mascot. Took like 200 messages back and forth with 2 different artists to get this puffer just the way I wanted him. Okay. So, it's kind of odd. So this sample logits function, right, is... This is working on the structured data. So it's dot sum. Very odd. We could just do like if len of dot look dot shape greater than 2, we put a breakpoint. No? What do you mean no? Where is it wrong? Right here? Logits.log prob action dot shape. Okay, we'll just try. No, not this. Okay, interesting. So this has now given us... This has got to be a training mini batch, right? But I have sum of 1. How does that make sense? Because I'm stacking along the first dimension. So actually, this has got to be sum of -1 here. Right? And then if I do action... dot view... We'll see how far this gets. I think that the batch shape operation might still be wrong, but this should be closer. Value is still not broadcastable. Very odd. So let's see what's going on with this. Action is this shape. Ah. That shape plus event shape. So it says that logits are flat. I see. So this is not too bad. All I need to do is I get the batch shape, right? And I do dot entropy. A little awkward, frankly. I see why it does this. The issue is that I have like one API that's returning structured data and one that's returning flat data, and they need to process it flat but then return structured. I mean, I can just like flatten everything first, right? Actually, I can just do, yeah, logits.logprob actions.view batch -1, right? Dot sum of 1. And then I can do logits.entropy dot view batch -1 dot sum of 1. And then I have to do dot view. That's kind of complicated. Could not broadcast into the shape. Really? Let's see what is going on with this. Action gives 8-1. Right, logprob, these are actually both supposed to be flat. So I don't need to view these. Wait, do I need to view these? Let's just make something work first, and then we can clean it up. Must match size of tensor. Really? Size of tensor A must match slightly awkward. All just shape stuff. I'm following exactly what's going on with this, so I'm not just like randomly changing stuff. I am following this in my head, though it's a little hard to explain. It's easier to just do it and show you. Shape dot shape. Yeah, so Carbs dot shape. Interesting. So this is actually evidently supposed to be flat. That actually makes it easier, right? Because entropy is probably also supposed to be flat. Yes, it is. So I actually, that's very convenient. I don't need to reshape at all. I should be able to do like this. And then we'll see what happens. Ah, that actually does work. So I was getting a little bit annoyed by the amount of API jank that was going on. But with that deleted, it's not bad. Does this train? Ah, this does train. Awesome. The reward is going down, not up. But it does actually train. Cool. Now we will go get some reasonable settings. And we will try to actually solve this thing. This is what I used for cart pole. This seems suitable for racing as well. Well, I guess not racing. We're not doing this anymore, right? It's suitable for continuous cart pole or continuous mountain car. Num-ems and batch size. So 64 synchronized environments. Let's see if it's fast enough to run single core. Not all that fast, but reasonable enough, I guess. Very weird how the dashboard starts updating very rapidly all of a sudden. Dashboard's not supposed to do that. Well, no big deal. Is there a discrete version of Mountain Car that I can test against? Let's see. That would be most appreciated. Mountain Car continuous. This seems to imply that there is a discrete. Let's go look at the gymnasium source. There is a mountain car, and it appears that it has discrete actions. So let's go add this to the non-continuous control one, where we go classic control. Let's just add these aliases are dumb. Let's add like this. And then let's do mountain car. And then env name is mountain car, v0. Car. And then this needs to be mountain car continuous. So if we run this version, unknown environment, that is my bad. This is a dumb error message. I think I should just get rid of it. This should just be gymnasium.make. Cannot access free variable entropy. That is very odd. Did I break something? Entropy. Where is entropy? I have to actually look at my source code. I don't know what happened here. Something weird happened. In sample logic, something weird happened. I define entropy it is a it should be logits entropy. I was overwriting the function name. Cool. So now we do have mountain car as an environment. And it seems to be very rapidly not learning anything. Let's figure out what is going on with that. It's got an episode. Yep, this is all very reasonable. Something in the config, maybe? Start by giving it some reasonable scale. Something very odd is happening with this dashboard. If so this is that's something I'll have to fix. There's no big deal. Return updates with. That's fine. No big deal with that. Now, the real question is, why is this slow? Mountain car. Real question, why is this slow, right? Appears to just be getting worse and worse. And the episodes keep getting longer, so it looks like this is never resetting. So I'm guessing this is one of those obnoxious environments that requires a time step horizon to be useful. I swear I saw those arguments just a moment ago. Reward. There's got to be a clip, a horizon or something, right? Fixed time horizon. For mountain car. Though I don't see it here. Is it possible that I'm not actually interpreting truncated correctly? Torch.sum. Let's see if we're actually ever getting a done or a truncated signal. And this is a NumPy sum, not a torch sum. So let's figure out what is going wrong here. And it does look like I have a sum. And they all say truncated. Not terminated, truncated. So possibly Puffer is not set up to handle truncateds correctly. Let's go take a look at that. Async reset. If env.done. I'm using env.done to detect resets. /done. Self.done. Okay, so self.done. Big mistake right here. Done or truncated. Good bug fix for the day. And then I do have a self.done here, do I not? In the multi-agent version as well. And probably this is a property done. Probably this is good enough for now. Way, way better. So now I can actually see that this is working correctly, that this is truncating correctly at least. The value loss is through the roof, which doesn't really make much sense whatsoever. Value loss should never be that high. And it doesn't appear to be decreasing either, which once it's that large, it's probably just learning instability. The question is, why is it that ridiculous? I'm going to open up the default model to look at the data right before it goes into the network. to see what it is. This looks fine, right? Yeah, so this is reasonably conditioned data. There's nothing wrong with this data. This is fine. I think that it is quite possible that we do need these clean RL wrappers. You know, it might be the case that normalize reward. Very, very weird. Is this the environment I think it is? No, this is half cheetah, which is more complicated. It's funny that they have this flatten op as well. Let's just do... I don't think we have particularly poor conditioned anything except the position data is probably... The position data is probably quite bad, right? So let's go figure this out. Yikes. Don't think we need this one. Don't think we need this one either. I don't even know if we need this normalized, to be honest. I think we get rid of this. And let's just try this and see what happens. Value loss explodes. Okay. If I clip to -5. Value loss is still exploded. Very weird. Maybe I do need the normalize. You know, let's try the originals, except for this one reward wrapper. Does this do anything? Right. So they forgot to modify the space. Of course they did. I can clip it, right? I can clip the observations. Very, very weird that mountain car is this odd. Going to need to see what data is producing this. Value loss should be prediction of the reward. So if I just clip the reward from -1 to 1, and I clip the obs as well, what happens? Still crazy high value loss. This is not the continuous version either. Am I missing something? Learning rate too high, something like that. Maybe there are... Well, we don't really have... Maybe hyperparameters for this. Maybe continuous controls just like 3e minus 4 lambda. Very interesting. We'll add. What do we have our defaults? What are our defaults? These are all reasonable. Why would the value loss be that high? Why would the value loss be that high? Okay, actually, let me make sure first of all that I just didn't break something, right? It's also possible. Env cartpole definitely does exist, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, I need env name. Maybe cartpole v0. So I did break something, maybe. This swing up this works, like the reward is going up here. But the value loss is nuts. But possibly that could just be the rewards scale. Yeah, because you can see that this is learning. Not very efficiently, but it is learning. Right? Mountain car. Let's see if this is going to optimize whatsoever. No, it does not. Okay. Let me see if I can find hyperparameters. You only get a positive reward when you reach the top. Is that how it works? So this could simply be entropy, right? Num-ems. Give it an entropy of 0.05. And we will see whether this gets it anything. It's incredibly obnoxious environment here. Let's see. That's funny. He added founder as previously unemployed. This is done okay. We'll respond to this later. this actually forces you to write bad code. This is Chris Liu is one of the people who is like I respect incredibly and writes good code. So the fact that the RL code is a mess is entirely due to Jax. Like the pure Jax RL library has 7 deep nested functions. You cannot tell me that that is a reasonable thing to do. What is wrong with this control env? Doesn't get any rewards. It is sparse, and it's a sparse janky env as well. Lunar Lander 1 is too slow. Their continuous reward version of this. I'm just going to reply to this now while I think about the other thing. Hold on, what did he wrote another thing and it's not showing me. Okay, there we go. That's a reasonable reply. There you go. What? Rust C is a great helper. Rust is not a bigger in time investment for top-notch results. It's the same thing. What's it? Third. So we're gonna be inflammatory today because I am sick of engaging respectfully with things that are screwing up the field. Like, the tool stack has literally just gotten worse. We've had 10 years to fix this, and we've made it worse. Like, good job. Okay, so I basically, the thing that I came to while I was writing that was, I either need a dense reward version of this just for testing, or I'm going to have to find something else. And it would be way nicer to have a dense reward version of this. So, does it tell you the... Can I just, like, do this? Yeah, I can write a quick wrapper, right? Uh, can I just do, like... What is it? Box or mountain? using wrapper. And all I need to define here is the step function. Step. So reward plus equals 1 times abs this. Let's see if that does anything. No? Something is very wrong with this environment that is not training whatsoever. I'm trying to think what I can do with this. This is like a very, very simple environment. Position is greater than or equal to 0.45. Weird. Maybe it needs to be... No, this... Very weird. Hmm. Hmm. I'm trying to think what would be wrong with this thing. A very simple environment. Well, it's kind of deceptive in the sense that, like, it seems like it's very simple. Can I play it? Is that a thing I can do? Eval. Oops. Render. Human. Does it have this? Doesn't seem to work correctly, right? I don't think it's possible to get it to swing up. What the heck? The key controls are not letting me do this. It's kind of just like doing whatever it wants. Oh, wait, this is a random policy. That's why I'm not actually playing it. Let's see if I like open this up. Nine three, 9 6. Okay, let's just go check. Something is like bizarre here. The rewards are just screwed, right? Like something is bizarre here. Okay, so 06, 05. Ooh. Okay, so the rewards are not. This is 0.05. Okay, so it's not centered. It's weird. Let's go figure out where this is supposed to be. Position along the x-axis is the position is a uniform random value in negative 0.06 to negative 0.04. So negative 0.05 is the default. So let's do obs minus 0.5, right? Okay, 0. Whoop. 11. 0.1. Looks like the bottom is 0.1. Let me see. Does it make it better or worse? What the heck is the center? What is the center? Pi over 2? Huh? Position. What? What is the center of this stupid environment? Like, what is... So 320, okay. It's ridiculous. Can I get it from the velocity here? Minus 1 times force. Cosine of 3 times the position. What the heck does that make the center? Cosine of 0 is 1. So I don't know. Minus self-divided. That's so weird. Maybe I can just figure out the... Oh, maybe if I can figure out where it's drawing the sine. Right? So it's pi game, but it's gonna draw the sine wave somewhere, right? Rotate rad. Well, okay, so they're not gonna give me a reasonable thing. Reset. Just custom reset bounds. I would really expect it to be 0.05, no? O 0.1, 0.0, 1. Let's just say what the position is, right? Negative. Yeah, negative 0.05, right? So maybe it's going to be abs plus 0.5. Like this. Oop. That looks good. And yeah, let's just see what happens if I do this. 13, 14, 15. Well, now it trains, right? Let's just do dash dash baseline. We'll let this train for a couple minutes, and then we'll see if it looks like it solved the env. Screwy reward function. I mean, this was really like, I wrote this article in maybe 20, 30 minutes. It was like a quick, I am mad at Jax and I want to talk about it. One good. Okay, we got our mountain car. Let's do eval. And let's see how it goes. Whoop. 2. Doesn't look like it's very good. Really? Oh, did I add entropy? Wait, I screwed it up. I totally screwed it up. I added like way... Yeah, see this entropy needs to go away. Okay, I gotta train a new one. Hopefully this is way better. Yeah. Immediately. This might have to be more than 500k as well, we'll see. 29, 31, 2. Going up quickly. This was supposed to fix the flashing thing, but 6, 35, okay. It's stuck at, it looks like it is roughly stuck here. So it's leveled off in training perf. 35, 36, something about there. At least with the current hyperparams. I don't know why it's just going up this side hill right here, right? Interesting. Really didn't want to be spending a whole bunch of time on mountain car of all things today. I guess I can just go run the continuous one though, right? Like I could just go run mountain car continuous. car. Continuous. Oh wait, I have two separate m's, right? I need to adjust the rewards. We do clip action. We don't need these transform observations, as we found out, right? We just need clip action. Everything else should be good. And this needs to be... Hey, Aiden. Welcome. We are currently attempting to make continuous control work, but I'm having difficulty finding any remotely reasonable environments that we can just use to test, which is kind of sad. I might actually just have to write one. Interestingly, the reward scale is completely different on this one here. Oh, I think the obs might be different, right? Well, we'll see in just a moment if it learned anything. I don't think it did, but maybe. The value loss is exploding, I can see on the right, which is probably not good. So continuous. Such a simple environment as well. It's just like jank. Oh, it looks like it's doing something, right? Kind of. Hard to say. That looks a little better than random. Oh, yeah, that's definitely better than random. Oh, wait. Hey, look at that. Yay, continuous control. It's not amazing. It's not amazing. And I actually probably should, just in case it's like different, I should run this with a random policy just for comparison, right? Yeah, let's run this with a random policy just to make sure I'm not completely missing this. So this is a random policy. Okay, no, the random policy is actually just as good. So yeah, this thing is not learning much. Let's figure out why. I feel like cheating on that. The cart pole? Or the what? The car env? Oh, the fact that like just not running the baseline. uh I'll do the same. Yeah, ob should be the same here. So this should actually just be the same exact thing for training. Sure, what have you been doing in ML? Shit. This thing is gonna bother me, isn't it? Rewards too big, maybe? Hmm. Let's see. Okay, that's eval. Random policy. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. Starts at 16. 15. Okay, so this is not optimizing, right? No, wait, no. 17. Well, I changed the reward scale here. I shouldn't do that. Oh wait, I just saw it. I just saw it be better, right? Let's rerun this. I want to see what the I just want to see the training curves on this actually. You know, that's all I need, because I need to just know if this is optimizing or not. And if it's optimizing, then I can go from there. But not sure what you're on about there, Aiden. I'm trying to figure this RLM out. Is this it? Yeah, this is the right one. So, okay, this is actually optimizing. This is optimizing. We'll need some benchmarks and stuff, and probably I should just make a little toy env to play with that has discrete and continuous, because this is a disaster here. So we can do that tomorrow. I've only got, well, I've got an hour. I've got an hour now. I could make a quick continuous environment, right? Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna take. I'll be back in 1 minute. I gotta use the restroom real quick and think about what type of environment I want to make real quick. Oops, there's the mic. Okay, we're gonna make a very simple continuous control environment that is going to just be super basic test. It's gonna be like, can you steer a little ship to a target? That's it. Let's go start on that, because this environment is jank, and if I make an env, I know I'm going to be able to have something that's reasonable. I just need continuous.py. Okay, go grab some starter code from Snake, maybe, or environment // Snake. I'd probably just grab all this, right? This is a gymnasium environment, so it's going to be substantially simpler than this, right? Yes. I think I actually... Let's grab ocean. Like one of these, maybe. Goal of this is to be quick, so... Continuous. And we're going to do no args, don't need any. Needs to have observation space, which is going to be a gymnasium spaces dot box, which is going to contain 10. High will be 10. Or no, it can be, let's make it reasonable, -1 to 1. It's going to have 4 things in it, right? It's going to have your position, target position, and so on and so forth. And we actually need discretize. It's going to be false. If discretize action space is going to be a discrete of 4, else it's going to be gymnasium.spaces.box of 2. Okay? And then render mode is going to be RGB. It's going to be human. Let's do human render mode, because I'm not sure how I would do this with RGB array. So we're going to do self.pause is going to be here, self.state equals 0 to 4. We can actually do numpy random. Let's just make the numpy random.rand 4. Does this function do what I think? Min equal -1 equal 1. Numpy random rand. Okay, we'll just have to do, we'll have to multiply, that's fine. So it's just going to be 2 times this minus 1, 2 times this minus 1. So this gives you -1 to 1, right? And then I'm going to just write position x, y, target x, target y. Okay? And then it's going to return self.state. Now, the action is going to be x is going to be action 0. Y is going to be action. We also need, in addition to state, we need self.value velocity is going to be 2. In fact, this should be on the state, shouldn't it? This should be part of the state. So we're going to do self.state of 2 to 4 equal 0. Pause x, pause y, vel x, vel y. Okay? State. We're going to add the Excel to the velocity. State of 0 is going to be equal to, yeah, this is fine. Then if, now we need a distance function. So we do zero. We do pause x. Okay, if x minus equal is less than 0.1. No, 0.05, I think. Then we get a reward, right? And actually, we don't even need to do this. Dist is going to be equal to, yeah, this, and then we're going to do 1 minus dist is going to be the reward. Reward equals 0.1 times 1 minus dist. That's good. And we will mess with the rewards and stuff after, but this is very reasonable. And then this doesn't need any infos because it will just use the wrapper. And actually, this env is so simple that I can just put it into Ocean, I think, right? It is going to technically need a renderer, which is going to be a little bit more code. So I think I'll leave it like this for now. I would like to write a little renderer real quick. So let's do that. I kind of want to go grab the raylib one, right? I did forget to grab shake today. I need to go get a shake. I'll give this 5 minutes and then I'm going to go do that real quick. Let's just grab this. Oh, this is dated. Let's get the snake one from snake. Yeah, that doesn't even need to be there. That file should be deleted. Let's grab the raylib client from snake, and then it's going to be substantially simpler than this. Right? Raylib client is going to be, doesn't need any of this stuff. Oh, it does need width, height, doesn't it? and then size, I guess. Mm-hmm. 1080, 80, height is going to be equal to 720, and then size equal 100, like this. Okay, init window is going to be width, height, buffer lib, simple, continuous. Target FPS is going to be 60. This code is fine. This code is fine. And then this needs to be, let's do pause X, pause Y, target X, target Y. And we don't need any of this. rl.draw rectangle. It's going to be, there's circle. Yeah, there is. Of course there is. Center X, center Y, radius, color. Perfect. So we do center X. So pause X, Y, and then we're going to do 255. 255 is going to be the color. And we're going to do target R, and then we are going to use blue. Nice. And this background color is, let's go grab the puffer color. I should have this memorized. There's the puffer color. Here it is, 624. This is the color that I use for puffer for everything. So we will just do this color. And we will fix this, fix whatever needs to be fixed with this, and this should be good. We have to add a couple last things, which is going to be the binding. If name equals continuous, make continuous. And we probably just want something that looks very similar to make continuous. Doesn't need any of this. We're going to do discretize, false. And then ocean.continuous. Perfect. Now all we need to do is add a binding to the config for this. Ocean. Ocean. What is this? Is this ocean grid? We'll just add continuous here, I guess. Continuous. Okay, Python and continuous mode eval. Yeah. Ocean.ocean has no continuous. Right. Continuous from dot continuous import continuous. Box has no attribute n. Right, so this is now now we're getting into a limitation of the policy. We're going to go real quick into Torch. We're going to go real quick into this from forlib.models import default policy. So I cannot commit any of this until I fix things here, but that's okay. Not broadcast input array from shape 6 into shape 4. Right, because I forgot to update the space def, which is fine. This is space 6. Not implemented error. Render and close. Okay. Let's implement these. Self.client. Client is none. If self.client is none, then self.client is going to be this raylib client. That's cool, right? Integer is required. So let's do yes, we have to do a few things here. So what we're going to do is pos x equals int times self.width. See this. Normal object is not iterable. Should be continuous, so this should not be being triggered. Forward. So the goal here is to just have a really simple test env. Something is screwy with this. Normal object is not iterable. What could that possibly be, right? Frameworks, CleanRL. Should be continuous here. Has attribute policy is continuous, right? Let's see. Wait, what? Oh. This is policy.policy, right? Again, this is just a hack. Yeah. This is just a quick hack and policy.policy. Okay, we're not going to be shipping this code. This is just, we need to get something working here. That was the goal for today. Action spaces do not match. Backend action space, why not? Actions do not match action spaces, specifically the issue. Commence ocean. Continuous. What do I have the action specified as? -1 and 1. Shut up about my Vim theme, Noah. This is the best Vim theme. Actions do not match action space. Yeah, this needs a clip. This needs a clip on it. It's continue classic control. Right here. This where I want it? Probably here. Yeah. That's fine. Continuous.reset got unexpected keyword options. Right, that's the new API. Continuous has self.state. Few last bugs. Holy, okay, that's way too fast. Let's figure out why that is so fast. These also are supposed to be circles. Let's see. Oh, because I set the frame rate target to be way too high. Duh. And the velocity to be way too fast for 60 FPS, right? Like 10 FPS. And then the actual action space is going to be 1 times action, or 0.01 times action. Well, we'll figure out what looks reasonable in a second, right? Draw circle expected, right? Because you need a Is this just resetting constantly? What's going on? Oh, well, this is returning true for some reason. That's dumb. And so if dist is less than 0.1, or actually we'll just do done equals dist less than 0.1, self dot tick is equal to 0, self dot tick truncated equals dot tick greater than 100. Done truncated. Technically it's terminal, but we don't care. This is fine. Not rendering inbounds. So first of all, this size is way too large. This should be like 20. And width height. So this should be position This needs to be 1 plus position x wait. It's 1 plus position x, no. 0.5 plus position x over 2, right? 0.5. Let's try this. Still out of bounds, it looks like. Print. What's going on here? Literally order of ops. Okay, we still have this gigantically negative value here. Oh, if it goes out of bounds, we should just, yeah, we need to do a bounds check on the, that's an environment error. So if pos x less than, what do we say, -1 to 1? -1. Return self.state -1 reward. Hey, this is kind of a decent little physics sim, right? Moves around kind of smoothly. Yeah. I mean, we could make it way finer grained if we want. But this is what I wanted, right? Cool. So now we get to train this. And we need to discretize. First, we're going to do a discretized version. So I need to actually define that. I should make it human playable as well. Yeah, I should make it human playable. Maybe. We'll do that in a bit. Let's do first the main thing, which is discretize. If self.discrete, we do for action is going to be greater than 0. We do cell x equal 0.1 negative there. That's the discretized version. Discretize through. Hey, Rain. Thank you. Yeah, these are just chill streams. I'm thinking I'm going to start. I've been streaming on X, but I'm now multi-streaming it to YouTube. I might start doing it with Twitch as well, because this is fun. And the main one is my thesis defense. That's more accessible. And then the more technical one is the Pufferlib 1.0, which is a live demo of all the stuff I've been working on, but more technical. For now, I'm just doing live dev on Pufferlib and all the various things that are wrong with reinforcement learning, trying to fix them. Where is this env argument being bound? There should be an env arg here. Old streams are backed up on X. This is a relatively new thing. So the main thing is last week I built the multi-snake environment. I actually should do a video on that. Here, I'll show you real quick the multi-snake. I just did a post on it. Most of this stuff is on here because this is where most of the AI people are. But I've been trying to do more, more branching out of stuff. Yeah. This is the multi-snake environment that I made. This is, can I expand this whatsoever? Not really. This is 4096, up to 4096 snakes in the same environment, and this simulation runs at 14 million steps per second and trains reinforcement learning at 1 million steps per second. So I've been working on tech for a high-performance sim, and working on then making this tech apply to all of the reinforcement learning M's. That's what I've been up to mainly. Yeah, there's cool stuff going on. Reinforcement learning is upgrading very fast. And then wait until you see the code for that snake env. It's dead simple. It's like 220 lines of Python and 200 lines of Python. Something like that. 450-ish lines total. Built it from scratch in 5 days. Whole thing is streamed on X. I might have to upload those here. I don't know how hard that would be if I can easily download them from there. But hey, I'm going to be making more environments like that live anyways. It's pretty slow going. It's not like an hour and it's done, right? It's like 30, 40 hours of stream for something like that. But not too bad. Easy enough to like check in every couple days and see the progress, or sit down and actually learn some dev if that's what you're into. Give the Pufferlib a star on GitHub if you would. Helps me out. It's basically all I ask. All this stuff's open source. All right, good night. Thanks for stopping by. Why are my env args not showing up, is the question. They should be getting bound. So this one here, this missing name, no. This really should be getting bound. But whatever. We'll just discretize this way for now. Right, I also have to change the... Wait. Is instance... I need to... If not discretize, then you clip the actions. Has no attribute. Discretize, 27. Discretize. Okay, cool. So this is the exact same environment from before, but now it has a discrete mode. So this is very important because what we can do, we can just YOLO this, actually, and see if it learns anything off the bat. That's funny. Does it just literally solve it instantly on the first settings? In like 10 seconds? I mean, it wouldn't be surprising, right? It's still pretty funny. Okay, mode eval, baseline. Oops. Line. Oop. Oh, that's so funny. Is it learning to not, like, get all the way to it because... It's like getting there and then staying there. Because I think that the way I have my generalized advantage estimation done... Yeah, that's screwy. That's actually a good indicator, though, of a pufferlib thing I should fix. I'm going to just patch it here in the environment for now, and then, well, I'm going to just have to stream a bunch of random stuff. This week is just going to have to be a lot of random fixes and things to puffer, because there's so many things that I've just, like, neglected that need to be improved upon. Let me just double-check my Twitter DMs, because I have a meeting in a little bit, and I want to make sure I'm not missing it. Like, if the time is... if somebody wanted to do earlier or whatever. Nope, looks like we're good. And then I'll put this back. Let's see if we have angry people in. Let's see. Too far away from first party. Independently. Yeah, Chris is good. Basically taught what it should be like. Power. PyTorch plus Python. Perfect. Sim demo with Snake. Soon RL wide. Compile time functions. All right, that's all. Cool. Let's finish this. I think you need to get a big reward here, right? Done. Reward equals 1.0. To do GE implementation. Making agent not target without a big reward here. And that is actually pretty bad. That's a big screw up on my part. Pretty embarrassing one. But whatever. We'll get back to that soon. Yeah, there it goes. Might need to run it a little longer than we have currently, right? Let's just do a slightly better config, maybe. Slightly better config, right? Train we can do ocean. First of all, does it work now? Let's train it a little more. It can have a little bit more SPS, right? And give it like a little bit more juice. Let's give it like these. Where did we put mountain car? Yeah, these settings are good, right? Maybe 500K is too much, but we do continuous like this. Train for 100K, right? And then we'll do like well, we'll start with this. Oops. Meant to run train. Five point oh. Maybe any better. I'm sure that there are parameters that solve this in like 30K. Let's see what this looks like. Oop. Nope, still not solved. Definitely learning something, but not solved, right? Might need to mess with the reward scales just a little bit. Yeah. -1 for going off screen. Two. Let's do like this, maybe. Of course, the rewards now are going to be scaled differently, but that's a little more promising, right? Yeah, that's way better. It still's a little skittish about actually hitting the target, though. It goes right to it, and then it's a little skittish about actually hitting it. Because, see, it's getting reward by standing here. But should get it, yeah, it gets a big reward when it hits it. Let's just set a couple more parameters. Let's do, I don't know, like, probably, gamma's probably, like, way too high, right? Okay, so this is what it looks like now. Let's retrain it. Oh yeah, look at that. That's so much better, right? Maybe? Once it gets stuck. Might be worse. Oh no. This is way better. Yeah, it it goes past occasionally, it like misses. So it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, right? Boom. Simple environment, little quick test, right? Now let's go do the let's go do the other version. Discretize. We're gonna do false here. And we're going to do mode train dash dash baseline. Does appear to be learning, but much worse than the other case, right? So once we made it continuous, yeah, this is way worse, right? It's basically learned to not go off the screen. Is there any reason that it would be worse? Let's just give it some more, let's give it some more time steps as a sanity, right? Oops, not this one. So I have to leave very soon. I want to just have one thing to post. Doesn't look stable. Very high entropy. Very, very high entropy, right? Yeah. What's wrong with the entropy? Like, I'm seeing it's doing okay in some of these. Entropy starts off really high. Stays very high as well. Well, this is perfect, though, because I have the ability to check this versus the discrete case. What is the entropy here? 5. Starts at 5 and goes down. Whereas in the continuous case, search at 14. Now I have to look at some stuff. Logit entropy. Sample. Yeah. Uh, 3 times. If I just do like 0.3 times, would this do it? Starts going up. Should not be going up, should be going down. Interesting. Okay, last thing I'm gonna probably have time to try. Oops. Int 0. We do 0 entropy. 0 entropy. So now if it goes up, it's just because the optimization is bad. Still goes up. Looks like this is really not working. Did I make any mistakes? It's possible. Let's see how Costa. I forgot how, let's see how Costa does it. Let's do... I'm gonna have to end stream in a second here. I just want to see if there's like an obvious bug. He uses standard deviation 1 for the value function. Okay. Actor mean has 0.01. This is fine. And then the decode right here. Mean of the hidden. Log standard deviation. Expand as mean. This is exp of log standard deviation. You have normal of action mean and action standard deviation, which is here. And then you return probs and value. And then you do probs.logprob action sum, entropy sum. Yeah, this all looks correct. Okay, well, I'll have to keep going on this tomorrow. Continuous controls jank. I might come back in the evening. We'll see. I usually go to bed pretty early, so maybe not. But there will be stuff to do. Anyways, I've got a meeting in 20. So plan for tomorrow, roughly speaking, is Tuesday, no, Wednesday. Yeah, plan for tomorrow is going to be to stream on this, fix continuous integration, get this env tested, try maybe a couple of other things with this. Start thinking about more substantial continuous envs. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole just yet. Maybe do some cleanup stuff for Puffer to fix some just general stuff. And I've got some experiments that are running in the background while I'm doing this type of work. So that's all set. Okay. Well, thank you, and I will be back tomorrow.